it is time to make the sound to summon the stream. Greetings, dear viewers. I'm Quill Quickcard, and welcome back to Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World, where I have in fact procured new Wiimotes, new nunchucks, and I am now, at long last, prepared to face off against the horrors of this game's super dungeon, Gladsheim. So, first thing I want to do, restock up on my consumables, because we are going to be here for a few hours. I am going to re-explain the entirety of Gladsheim once we get in there. First off, we definitely want a meal to not be on auto. As far as strats go, that should be fine. Checking skills. That should be okay. Marta. I wonder if the sound of the geese is coming through. Marta's okay. Jord is running some pretty good skills. Yeah, I think Jord will be okay. And Hanias... Hanias is running Lure 2 because Hanias doesn't have Power Attack Increase 2. Because that one comes from a skill book. So that seems okay. Why do I have that one on instead? It has Spirit Drain. But that one has Life Drain. Spirit Drain, probably the better option. That one's better. That's fine. Holy and Spirit Symbol. We could get you even more arts. That would decrease your XP gains. Probably better not to do it. That one's got Regenerate. And you're running Mystic Symbol and Spirit Symbol. That's good. And we've got a Feral Shadow and a Holy Symbol on both of our Golf Beasts. Okay, that looks good. We've got the high tier healing items. Let's go to an earlier place and stock up on the lower tier healing items. I also think, for the sake of being able to very specifically control how things go, we should turn off Marta's auto item, which should be there. And in case we ever lose control of Emil or have to switch to him, we want him to not use auto item as well. Boy, those geese are noisy out there. Sounds like they're having a great day, though. Good for them. Yes, apple and orange gels. Melange gels. We've got all the life bottles we need. Just for the sake of it, let's get even more status recovering items. Once we go into Gladsheim, we are going to be there a while. That is just the nature of the beast. Okay, I think we are pretty much fully stocked, so we'll give a night in the inn. And then it is time. And we don't really need the chat overlay active right now, since no one's actually here to chat. I got some healthy snacks ready here. Specifically, I've got some nice broccoli and some ranch to dip it in. You know, if we're going to pretend that greens are healthy after you dip them in ranch, probably no problem there. We're going to go ahead and save in this slot. Okay. And with that, let's take one last look at this game's opening. Don the headphones and let it begin, while I have a lovely stock of this broccoli. Actually, I might as well just go ahead and break it all off the crown here. This way, I can just pick and grab while I play. Because I realistically expect to be here in Gladsheim for over 2 hours. And quite possibly as long as 4. This is a very big dungeon. God, I love this intro so much. The animation is clean. The music is great. And it suggests a lot from the plot of the game without really giving anything meaningful away. I love how it accurately represents an in-game enemy there, the Dullahan. Hey Richter, what's up? I got me some mint tea ready to go. Hot instead of iced, which is not always common for me. Nice glass of water. I should basically be set for this. Alright. And I've got my pen and paper ready. Because Gladsheim has a random layout. Tales of Symphonia featured the Forbidden Animasis, which featured series of, I think, just like 3x3 dungeons that connected randomly across their platforms. Gladsheim has a similar concept, although it is a little bit different. A voice that is not a voice resonates in the mind. To the owners of lost souls that gaze into the abyss, defeat the 4 guardian pillars to proceed to the next world. When 10 worlds are conquered, you and I shall meet. So, Gladsheim features a series of platforms on a randomly generated 8x8 grid. Now, there is some consistency with how they are laid out. Like, you know, T-junctions, straight junctions, things like that tend to be laid out similarly. You do not always start on the center or even close to the center. I do not know where in the fullness of the 8x8 grid that is this first floor I am right now. But I do know that I'm on a 4-way crossroads. So, I have to reach the 4 corners of this grid. Northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. And defeat the mini-bosses found in those 4 corners. That will allow me to work my way back to here and go down to the next floor. There are 10 floors in total, and then you reach the boss. The enemies here are extremely high level, extremely powerful. So, I'm going to be mapping every single room that I come across. And yes, that is going to be a bit tedious, but is going to save so much damn time. Furthermore, every single room has a chest. However, the chests are locked. Every room also has a static enemy encounter in the middle. If you defeat the static enemy, and the static enemies are even more powerful than the rest, then you are able to open up the chest. So I will go ahead and demonstrate on this one. First, we'll fight a regular battle here, so I can give a sense of the power.
Get ready.
Alright, let's roll. Man, the crispness of a new Wiimote. Oh, cool.
I'm glad they were weak.
Looks like we might get to make a new friend. Yep, Sea Monk. Sweet. Don't need to add that to my party. So that was just a regular enemy. As usual, my golf beasts are the main way I'm going to be handling fights. Their stats are absolutely insane. And under the right conditions, they can crit for well over 30,000 damage each. And their maximum level is 200, so they are not even close to grown. They also have a special sync skill on each of them. One of them recovers my TP, the other one recovers my HP. So these are absolutely ideal for what is essentially a marathon dungeon. Now let's check out one of the static enemies.
This'll be easy.
You're right.
So the real dangers here are these giant versions of baseline enemies. They are exceedingly powerful, and they can put out lethal amounts of damage. This is going to be the great secret to my success. This is Marta's mythic art, Radiant Roar. It damages every enemy on the screen for a massive amount of damage, and heals every member of my party for 50% of their maximum HP. When the bar beneath my characters fills up and turns orange, I can use Radiant Roar anytime I want. So, that was one of the static enemies, which are actually strong enough to be concerning. You defeat the static enemy, you can open the chest. These chests contain high-level crafting ingredients, and I believe they can also contain high-level manuals and other stuff to teach your monsters skills. For the most part, I am going to be ignoring the static enemies. I simply do not need the treasures at this point. Okay, this one I believe is a T-junction. Okay. Yes, that one is a T-junction. So I'll mark that down with my pen here. Being able to accurately navigate Gladsheim is probably the biggest problem you'll have with this dungeon. We have another T-junction. And if you don't know about how the layout of Gladsheim is an 8x8 grid, and if you don't know that you have to reach the corners, you can very, very easily never find your way off of even a single floor of this place. Okay. This is... Is this a full cross, or is this a corner? I think this one's a corner. Yeah, okay. So, unless it's the center room, layouts like this are typically just corners. I specifically made up some grid paper just to map out these dungeons. Okay, this is another corner. Cool. I should actually probably be getting close to one of the corners of Gladsheim now. Ooh, or maybe not. That's another corner. Yes, okay, I think... No. This isn't a corner room, this is just a straight room. Okay. So that is a straight across. This is another straight across. We're going to have to go several rooms back before we even reach an intersection. Okay. Alright, this is one of the corner rooms. That is really good news. So the corner rooms are arranged a little bit differently. Basically, you've got just some rando enemies hanging around. Ow. I would like to point out that that monster just hit me for 2,000 damage. Yeah. There's a damn good reason I spent this entire game preparing for this by getting 2 obscenely powerful golf beasts. So here is the target. We're a little hurt. I think we need to save more than that on Marta. Alright. Here it is. Our first corner fight. I think. Okay. Okay, I think that's one corner cleared. All of the corner rooms do not have transitional areas. They're just one-way dead ends. I think. It has been several years since I was last here. I'm gonna let the golf beasts handle that one. Luckily, we are still gaining levels as we go through, so our power does continue to grow. And we got a lemon gel. Alright. So make a note of that on my map. So we're going to have to go several rooms back to one of the T-junctions in order to continue. Good broccoli this morning. And settle in, because that is exactly what Gladsheim is. Okay, so this is a corner connecting to a corner connecting to a corner. And then all of that connects to a T-junction. So another useful thing is that the monsters in the center of rooms do not respawn. So it is possible, if you don't know the layout of this dungeon, to begin to discern it if you are killing the static enemies in every room and navigating by whichever rooms don't have that in them. It's a very slow way, but it is possible to discern the nature of the dungeon if you spend a few hours in here and are very analytical and careful, paying attention to that. Okay, I'm gonna go stand over here. Cool. Alright, so here is a new room. What kind of a new room are we dealing with? This is... Okay, this is another T-junction. The real dangerous thing is if you make a mistake when you map this place. That's when you will get absolutely irredeemably lost. So the other side of that T-junction is definitely going to link back to something. Oh. It's definitely going to lead to something that's going to lead back to the starting point. We don't want to go to the starting point. Okay. I would still have to go one more tile to hit the edge of this. One more tile southwest to hit what I know is the edge of this dungeon. That's a straightaway. The geese out there are yapping, giving me moral support. This is a T-junction. And the southwest exit from the T-junction is going to lead me to the wall. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think this is a corner. Yeah, this is a corner room. Excellent then.
This'll be easy. Don't get too confident.
Cool. Level 51, level 49, level 55. It doesn't matter what the levels say. Their stats are all ridiculously overtuned. Sure, why not? Never say no to another bear. That is 2 of the 4 corners of this first floor solved. So it's probably going to be most useful to work our way back to the starting corner and then explore out from there. My instinct tells me that's the most likely way I'm going to reach the other corners. Excuse me, sir. Okay. And this corner connects over here. And that leads to a T-junction. And then the northeast side of that T-junction will lead to something that's going to connect back to the starting point. And it is another T-junction. Okay. So it's T-junction to T-junction. There's just 4 interconnected T-junctions next to each other. Excuse me, sir. Alright, let the exploration continue. Okay, so this is another T-junction. How far am I over? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, let's try this way. Okay. This is a corner. So this will take me 7 spaces over. This is another T-junction. Let's go over here. So this should be as far as the dungeon extends. in this direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So this is as far as the dungeon goes in the northeastern direction. So now I need to start working my way either up or down. Oh, it's a dead-end room. Okay.
This'll be easy. Don't get too confident.
Alright, we got a giant polywiggle here. Those things are actually insanely dangerous. Crap! Getting hurt. Ouch. Damn it. Okay, Marta, if you wouldn't mind.
God of healing, bless those that stand before you. Grant me the righteous power to banish evil. Radiant run!
Okay. Meal, you're back up. Not bad. Oh, holy crap, I got a rainbow manuscript out of that. Rainbow manuscripts are good for 100,000 experience. Sure, I'll give it to Celia. We haven't shown off Celia yet, but Celia is the other guy I brought into this. You know what? We'll actually let Celia fight for a fight, so I can show him off. Yeah, increased defenses. Sure. Let's have your attacks be able to seal the enemy's arts. You're level 76 right now, so you're probably fine to handle this. Your stats are absolutely nowhere near good enough for this dungeon, but we'll give you a shot just so we can show you off.
We won't lose!
That is Celia, the Jormungandr. One of the sad truths about this game is that monsters from the dragon family are not really good. They're just not. In fact, I would say that in terms of practicality, dragon family monsters are some of the most useless. Especially the ones in the were-dragon. They are very powerful, they look awesome, they do cool stuff, but they are extremely slow to move around. They have very large hitboxes. And Celia is, like, the Jormungandr is the only one that gets glory, where, you know, it stops them from staggering. So they are quite simply not practical almost ever. Got some dragon blood. What I'm kind of secretly hoping I happen to run into is the skill book that teaches increased P attack 2. Since one of my bears does not have increased P attack 2. Okay, this is a straightaway. A straightaway into a southwest corner. That I did not expect. This must circle around to lead further north, further northeast somehow, though. I'm pretty sure the map is pretty much cut off if that's not the case. And as far as I know, the map layout can't glitch. Or at least I've never seen it happen or heard of it happening. Okay, this is another straightaway. I think that takes us to the farthest northwest that it can go. So I assume this is a corner that leads that way. Yes. Okay. So this way definitely has to lead to the corner. And that's a straight. And this one has to be the corner. I think. Unless I'm extremely wrong about how these things are laid out. Nope, I was right. This is the corner.
This'll be easy.
Don't get too confident.
You may notice the corners are a bit easier. Excellent. Excuse me, sir. Lemon gel. I didn't know the corners could be something other than dead ends. That's actually quite surprising to me. Okay, so there's no point going that direction because it leads to a section of map that is completely isolated. So we need to head back to one of the T-junctions from earlier and start making our way to the southeast corner. That is the last part of the map that I have not reached on this floor. Dude, leave me alone, you stupid bird. Boy, the geese outside are really making a fuss today. They must just be so excited to hang out. Okay, that's the straightaway, which leads to this corner. Which leads to another corner. And this corner leads to a straight, and then that leads to a T-junction. And we want to go southwest to a corner, and then southeast to the T-junction we're going to branch off of. Do you see what I mean about how if you don't know how this dungeon works mechanically, you're not going to beat it? You could play for 8 straight hours and maybe clear 2 or 3 floors. Okay. This is a new T-junction. So, one down leads as far southeast as the map can go. And it does cut into this direction. No, I have that wrong. I drew the orientation of the T-junction wrong. It's actually that. And then it looks like that led to a dead end. But this dead end is not the corner. So let's go one northwest and take a different exit off of that T-junction. Here we go. Excuse me, sir. So this path has to lead to the corner. We are now in an isolated section of map. And this is a corner. And this corner is going to lead to dead end corner. Perfect. And this is the last corner of the map. This is the southeast portion. I can't remember if it tells you when you've cleared a floor or not. Okay. There we go. That is 4 corners cleared. Cleared the floor. Okay. It does in fact tell you, and I guess you actually don't have to make it all the way back to the starting area. That's good. When this stream is done, I am going to take pictures of the maps that I will have made to clear it, and I will post those just so people can see how I had to just so people can see what I had to do to get through this thing. Alright, Golf Beasts, finish them off. Thank you, gentlemen. Doing pretty damn good, honestly.
It looks pretty strong.
Oh dear God. It's been 45 minutes since the stream started, and I have cleared 1 floor of Gladsheim. That is slightly concerning. Got it? Alright, let's at least grab the treasures in the corner rooms. Pineapple gel. Okay. And you can, after clearing the floor, just leave. It will not save your progress. When you come back in here, it will be completely new layout, and you will be back on the first floor again. None of the corners, none of the enemies will have been cleared. This does mean that you can use Gladsheim to farm an infinite number of end-game like crafting items and It's great for XP. You can get, obviously, tons of like, the special evolution enemies here. But obviously, we are going to attempt the next floor. Gladsheim, level 2. We'll just make a note here of our starting point on the next sheet of paper. And I probably should label the levels. So we're going to put a big 2 up here in the corner. Alright, let the exploration begin. Good broccoli. Okay. T-junction to corner. The corner is going to circle back around to a room that would have been reachable off of the entry. So let's head to the other end of the T-junction. So when I do say that Gladsheim is arranged on an 8x8 grid, I do not mean that every single space in that 8x8 grid is actually an accessible area. It is an incomplete 8x8 grid. The consistency is that you are always trying to reach the corners, and the corners are always going to be on the corners of an 8x8 grid. Which room? Oh, this is a T-junction. Okay. So it's a straight to a T-junction. A southwest branch T-junction. Let's keep going this way. And this leads to a straight. And that straight leads to a southwest branch T-junction. Okay. So we've already gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this next room is going to be like the 7th? The 7th that I've explored in this direction. And it is a corner. Okay, perfect.
Don't get too confident.
No way! How was that?
Alright, the first corner has been located. And that means there's probably a really good chance that the starting area is extremely close to the northeast corner.
This one looks tough.
Let's be cautious.
It does not look tough. We have 2 golf beasts. Seriously, Marta, did you forget that we have golf beasts? Thank you, Marta. We're doing pretty good. Anima. Okay, that's not helpful for me.
This one looks tough.
Let's be cautious.
Excellent. Not bad at all. So the real question is, should I go off of this southwest branch and see how far it stretches? Can't hurt. I've identified where one corner is, and I have now seen enough that that is sufficient to discern the layout of everything else in the entire dungeon. So I know there's going to be a corner 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm actually going to have to make an additional column on my grid here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now we just have to work our way over to them. This is a northwest branch T-junction. Cool.
We won't lose.
Good job, Emil.
You're so amazing.
And that is a northwest corner. Okay, I wasn't actually expecting a northwest corner. This is a T-junction, though. Cool. And this is another T-junction. Okay. This is a straightaway. This is a corner. Okay, a corner going in a direction that does not help me. It's very possible that I may have identified an isolated portion of the map. If we go one more spot southeast, we will be at a wall. Okay. This is actually useful. This is a true cross. True crosses do not have static encounters in them. So now it all depends where this corner connects. Perfect. Alright, we've found probably the way that this reaches the corner. Very good. Actually, I think I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I'm still only 7 to the southwest. Okay, so that's going to be a corner here. And this is a straightaway. This is an extremely annoying layout. Okay, please be... Please, yes, yes, yes. This is a corner. This is a corner that matters. Alright, so this has to be a T-junction or corner. Perfect. Alright, so this has to be a straightaway into a straightaway into a dead end. And that dead end will be my destination. And here's the dead end. Let's do a fight.
This will be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Good job, golf beasts. Perfect. Okay, that is 2 of the corners reached and cleared. And we got another monster. Oh dear God, it's named Melkor.
I'm sorry, but I have to fight!
That was a crit for over 30k. Thank you, Jordan and Nias. As always, you two are the only ones putting in actual work here. Pineapple gel. Okay, we're just going to keep following one-way paths until we get back to the true cross section. And that's several rooms away. We are actually making very, very good progress. It's just that when it comes to Gladsheim, very, very good progress takes a while. Excuse me. Thank you. Good broccoli. I want some of my tea. The problem with a good mug is that they really, really do just keep things hot for a crazy length of time. And sometimes they keep things too hot for a long period of time. Alright, and right after this room, we will be back at the true cross section, and we will try to work our way to the northwest corner of this floor. Right? Corner. Excuse me, sir. Which way do you connect? Okay, that's good. We are very close. Actually, I just realized the book I'm using to write on the surface of. Probably want to use the back side of it in case any stray pen marks get on it, because it's actually a really cool collecting book. There we go. So this is straight away. A straight way to a straight way. Okay. That is absolutely wonderful. This next connection is going to have a southwest passage, which is going to lead to a corner dead end. Because we have successfully reached an isolated section of dungeon. Alright, let's clear a corner. Hello, sir.
This'll be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Good job, Marta. Beautiful. Okay. So, there's only one corner left to go. And the starting area was very close to it. I may not bother grabbing those treasures anymore. They're really not worth it. I'm not even completely sure anymore if I was right about being able to get the skill books here. Okay, straight to straight. To a straight. To a southeast branch T-junction. And this one is going to connect to the corner. Not bad. Hello.
This'll be easy.
You're right.
All right. And that's the second floor. Down we go. Okay. All right. We got a save point. Not bad at all. Right, I'm keeping my spare map pages inside the book cover, so when I flipped the book over, that meant that these would be on the other side of the book. Okay. Prepare my next map. There we go. Store the extra pages. Pick any random spot here to draw my starting position. Write a fancy looking 3 for future reference. And make sure I grab the first floor and put a 1 on that. There we go. Alright. Take a couple minutes to grab a few more sprigs of broccoli. And get some quick hydration. There we go. Hot tea, cold water. Let the exploration of the 3rd floor begin. We just have to do this 8 more times. Okay. Corner. Corner to T-junction. T-junction to corner. Corner to corner. Corner to T-junction. T-junction to T-junction. T-junction to corner. Wasn't expecting a corner there. Corner to T-junction. T-junction to T-junction. T-junction to corner. Corner to 2 straights, most likely. I think this time it started me pretty far to the southwest of the dungeon. And that leads to another straight, which leads to another straight, which leads to the corner. Perfect.
This will be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Cool. Alright, and with one corner down, we can now map the locations of the other corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. So I've got little X's on my map now. I know where I need to go. And I probably already can mostly access the southeast corner. Ow. It is kind of insane that those little things can hit for over 2,000 damage on a meal. I think what I will do moving forward is every time I clear a floor, I will take a quick little break on the next floor, have some more of my food. Groundbreaker? What did I find? Oh. Oh, that's actually one of the special evolution items. I had no idea you could find those here. I don't even know if I ever do that. That's really good. Or it would be if I hadn't already, completely filled up my monster book. So we're going to take straightaways into a corner, into a T-junction. And then from the T-junction, we are going to be heading southeast. That is the plan. Isn't that music so pleasant? The low, droning sounds of Gladsheim. I don't think it's bad, but I do think it is extremely repetitive. Okay. So the T leads to a straight. And that means that this next room is going to have a northeast exit, which connects to the corner. Okay. Cool. Nice. Actually, that's a better idea, because it's hard to read when I just make crosses for corners. I'll just make asterisk marks instead. That'll be easy to keep track of. Alright, and our boss here is an ogre for the second corner of the third floor of Gladsheim. Thank you, Marta. Oh yeah, I brought Heinz with me too. I completely forgot I took Heinz with me. And he's level 96 now. What does Heinz have set up? Honestly, there's a lot of demons in here. You know what? I gave Celia a fight. Let's give Heinz a fight. George, why don't you sit out this one for a sec? Excuse me, sir?
I'm sorry, but I have to fight!
Emil, don't worry about it. If these things didn't want to fight you, they wouldn't be here. Holy crap. That was over so fast. I kind of want to take Heinz into... I kind of want to take Heinz into a fight against one of the static enemies. Soul Forge. What? Gauntlets with souls of all monsters sealed within. They change color depending on the angle. With relax and regenerate one. Did I just get an upgrade? Huh. I mean, I'm not going to take off my Dark Passage because I love having the increased critical and attack. But I had no clue you could actually get gear here. That's kind of crazy. So we're actually in for a rather long walk. Yeah, it's gonna be a walk. We're pretty much going to have to backtrack through several rooms. I also know that one of those rooms I actually mapped it wrong. So this T-junction, I know it's possible it will create a path that leads to the southeast corner. But I already know there is a 100% chance that the southeast corner has to be accessible from the starting room. So there's no reason to explore it. Okay, and then this next room over here is definitely the one that I mapped wrong. Because I have it as a T-junction with a southeast branch, when it is in fact a T-junction with a northeast branch. So the other exit of it is up here, and this is the one we're going to explore. And you know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and take Heinz into a static enemy.
This will be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Okay. Jesus. That is my first death of the dungeon. Marta, if you wouldn't mind, please. Thank you.
God of healing, bless those that stand before you. Grant me the righteous power to banish evil. Radiant Rod!
Heinz is good. My little ghosty boy is extremely, extremely good. Do you get Rainbow manuscripts every single time you beat these? Like, is that just the way it works? I'm gonna try another one to see. This might actually be, like, the best way to get Rainbow manuscripts. Yes, Axis, I did get it fixed. And I am already on the 3rd floor of Gladsheim. And I've actually already cleared 2 of the corners on this floor of Gladsheim. Whoa! No, get the hell away from Marta. You need to leave. Also, for some reason, all the big ones have Greek letters on them. I don't know why. Okay, no, they don't always give the manuscripts. Nevertheless, that is 2 rainbow manuscripts I found in here. Jord, you can have one. Okay, that was a corner. This is a corner. We're getting closer to the northwest. 3rd floor, that means there's a save point here. You are correct. I did get to the first save point in Gladsheim. And since you're here, we'll go ahead and turn that on. Okay, we're on a T-junction with a southeast branch. And this is a T-junction with a northeast branch. Which means that this room has to connect, or at least probably connects, to the corner. Yes, it does. Alright. There we go. If you want Marta's weapon, that means you'll want to save when you hit the 6th floor. That way you can reload. I am not going to bother trying to farm Marta's weapon.
This'll be easy.
You're right.
By the way, is it a drop or a steal? That's the one thing I can't remember. Because I will put on Item Finder. Like, I'll actually go in with as much force as I can bring to try and increase that drop rate. But I'm not going to bother, like, making multiple attempts.
I'm sorry, but I have to fight.
It simply takes way too long to go through Gladsheim. Oh. Okay, drop. Thank you. Sure, Gumot. Do you want to join me? Alright, Gumot joined. And, judging by my map, the fastest way to get to the last corner of this floor, which is the southwest corner, is just to backtrack to the starting area. Since it's, like, 2 blocks away. It's either 2 or 3 away from getting there. So that's easy enough to do. Pineapple gel. How exciting. Do. Oh, and Axis, you weren't here to hear me say it, but after I finish Gladsheim, I'm actually going to post pictures of the maps that I made along the way, so that everybody can appreciate just how much it took to get through this. Okay, this is the corner that connects here. That is not the corner that connects... Oh, right, okay. This is the corner that connects here, which connects to the T-junction. No, wait, this isn't the T-junction. Where the hell am I? Okay. I took an incorrect turn somewhere. And none of those rooms can lead to where I'm trying to get to. I'm pretty sure I went the wrong direction at the T-junction, and I was actually supposed to go this way. Which should lead to a T-junction with a southeast branch. And this is a T-junction with a southeast branch. Alright, we're back on track. Just gotta keep focus. It's all going to be okay. Why am I at... No, this is right. This is right. Because this leads to another corner, which leads to the T-branch. If you lose track of where you are on the map, you'll have a bad time. And also, if this place had, like, a natural map of its own, it would be substantially less confusing and horrible. So this leads to a series of corners, which leads to a T-junction. And then the T-junction leads to the corner, and that leads back to the starting line. Yeah, I actually printed out my own graphs for this. Ugh. Ugh. But the thing is, though, unless you go into Gladsheim knowing how Gladsheim works and how the layout of Gladsheim works, you're going to have such a bad time in here. Like, it's questionable if you'll ever even figure out that it's an 8x8 grid. Let alone that you're supposed to reach the corners of the 8x8 grid. You know, in all honesty, these fights are going well enough. I looked up Gladsheim before touching it. I did not. The first time I ever went into Gladsheim, I did in fact go in blind. A decision which was not among my best. And it was not until a few weeks after that that I actually bothered looking up any information on Gladsheim. in order to actually understand its mechanics. Learning the 8x8 in each floor would have made me go insane. I can tell you that it was not good for my mental health. That much is certain. We're just going to leave Emil on auto for a bit. Honestly, he's fine. Alright, so here's the start. Excuse me. So this is a southeast branch T-junction. Perfect.
This'll be easy.
We are nearly to the corner. Emil, you can go ahead and auto-fight this. I'm going to have some more of my delicious broccoli. Yummy. So one of these paths is going to connect to the corner. Let's see if it's this one. It is not this one. Which means that over here it has to be a corner or a T-junction connecting to a dead end. Cool. And it's a corner. Corner connecting to a dead end, which is the corner of the floor. Boom. Let's clear the third floor of Gladsheim.
This'll be easy.
You're right.
Nice. Okay, that is the third floor of Gladsheim finished. We have reached the fourth floor. Let's take a quick break. Eat some more of my broccoli, rehydrate. And then we'll keep going. Not bad, not bad. I'm closing in on being halfway done. And I've been here for an hour and a half. Gladsheim is a big place. Unnecessarily, annoyingly big place. There's challenging, and then there's being an asshole. Yeah. I think if this was not a super dungeon, like a completely optional super dungeon, this would be horribly, horribly, horribly designed. Like, I would have no interest in playing a game that mechanically was just this. But that being said, because this is, in fact, a super dungeon, and super dungeons, for the most part, are meant to be painful. They are meant to be exceedingly challenging and difficult and tedious. They are meant to be a test of willpower as much as mechanics, at least in my opinion. And in that regard, I think Gladsheim is a fantastic super dungeon. The fact that it can be used to farm basically all of your, like, end-game materials, apparently some, like, extremely, like, beyond top-tier gear, stuff like that. The fact that you can use it to collect monsters, you can use it to grind levels, the fact that, ultimately, even if you're in here farming for hours, you can potentially get out very quickly and very easily. The fact that there's even save points in here. I think all of that makes Gladsheim a good super dungeon. It's an absolute pain to get through, but I think that's how a super dungeon should be. I think super dungeons are for the people who, like, are truly ready to suffer for the love of the game. Or maybe I've just been playing the wrong games with the wrong super dungeons and I have a deeply unhealthy relationship with the entire concept. I will not dismiss that this is possible. Okay. Let's get going. 4th floor of Gladsheim. This time we're going to start this way. Okay, we're going straight to a corner. Probably a corner connecting this way. It was, in fact, a corner connecting that way. You'll get used to the enemy placements. This is a northeast branch T-junction. The more you get familiar with Gladsheim's layouts, though, the better it gets. Okay, that is a northwest branch T-junction. We're just going to slowly keep working our way southwest. Oh! Okay, corner located.
Don't get too confident.
Perfect. Then we know where to find the rest of the corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. The remaining corners are marked on my map. Let's get going. Excuse me, sir. A jihad. Alright, that's another special evolution item. It's nice just leaving Emil on auto for a while. Good work, Emil.
That was pretty easy.
Alright then, let's follow the T-junction and see if this can lead to the northeast corner. Okay, that led to T-junction, or to a corner, which is going to connect to a T-junction. Alright, so no luck here. This reconnects back to the starting area, so this time we are going to be heading to the northeast. Excuse me, sir. But then again, you'd not tackle this dungeon with anything but the strongest. True. I also think it's important to note that if you did come into Gladsheim with anything but the strongest stuff, you'd probably do one, maybe two of the static encounters, and you would just duck out. You'd be like, no, this is completely beyond what I'm able to handle. And I think that's another part of good design, if I'm being honest, is you're basically able to fight what amounts to, like, the strongest enemies that are in here right off the bat. Because you can go one room and you see a guy, and you're probably going to run up and fight him. And then immediately you're going to be like, oh, crap. I've never seen that before. What the hell is that? And it starts putting out absolutely insane amounts of damage. More than you've ever seen any regular enemy in the game put out before. And you'll probably fight it for a while. And, you know, eventually you manage to pull off a victory. You're like, wow, holy crap, that was hard. And then you go to the next room, and you just find another one. And you quickly realize, oh, these are just normal things in here. So I actually think it's very good that the dungeon doesn't, like, screw around with you like that. It shows you very clearly up front exactly the kind of threat you're going to be up against. And a new player can just duck out. It doesn't do what a lot of super dungeons do, where it has, like, an easier starting section that can, you know, end up having a player think, oh, hey, I can handle this part. Obviously, I'll be able to handle this super dungeon. It's okay for me to be here. And then 2 hours later, they realize they are in completely over their head, and they never had a chance at all. That's what I think is a badly designed super dungeon. And unfortunately, there's a lot of super dungeons that follow that kind of a layout. I think I did the whole dungeon just once, but still wasn't ready to have the meta monsters on me. So this should be a... Yeah, okay, this is a straight, and then this straight is going to lead to the northwest corner of the dungeon. And there we go. Easy enough.
Don't get too confident.
Yeah, Emil can auto this. This isn't gonna be a problem. That might be a problem now. Let's actually drop my first gel of the entire dungeon. I came here completely fully stocked. Ready to face anything. Okay, the chest is over here. Automatic Emil is not as efficient as controlled Emil, obviously, but his numbers are high enough, he's competent enough, it's fine. Not to mention, Jordan and Anais are still leveling up as we go through. Their numbers are still increasing, which is kind of crazy.
What is this?
It's coming!
Okay. Though being surprise attacked by dragons can be a problem. It's not much of a problem. Not bad. And pineapple gel. And we had a skit, really.
Hey, we're doing a pretty good job of adding monsters to our side.
Yes,
You
we
think
are.
so?
Let's keep it up.
Right.
Aw. I must have just hit a threshold. Good for me. And good for you guys. You're making so many friends.
It appears you've grown quite proficient at making pacts.
I hope so. Then again, there's not much to it.
You must always be wary of overconfidence. Pacts are a sacred ritual. For the monster, it means entrusting you with their very...
Another lecture. Tenebrae, you're back in full stuffy mode.
What was that? I say these things for Emil's own good, so he'll be prepared.
Okay, guys. We can't befriend monsters if we don't get along ourselves.
Oh, God. Emil, you're a treasure, you know that. Marta, you're a treasure too. And Tenebrae, you're a treasure. Every character in this freaking game is a treasure. Tenebrae nearly let his secret slip. Yeah, he kind of did. It must have been so hard writing some of those skits, because you have to have them ready to come out basically at any point of the game. But there's so many revelations and character moments. It has to be tough to write good dialogue for all of those occasions. Okay. So now we're going to try working our way up here. And that's going to be a corner over here. You know that Tenebrae is loving the opportunity to boss around Ratatosk. Like, he is reveling in this. He is loving it. He's having the time of his life on this adventure. That's probably what makes him so absolutely ideal to have been the Centurion in charge of this mission. Because he's one of the only ones probably that would truly revel in the opportunity. And if you're enjoying yourself, it is very easy to keep up a facade. Okay, this is a northwest branch. We are closing in on the next corner. This is a straight. So this is going to be the wall. This is as far as it goes in this direction. And this almost certainly is going to be the penultimate room. And it is a straight, so this leads to the final... Well, not final. This leads to the third corner of the floor. Perfect. Got it. Oh, screw you, demon.
Let's do this!
Rather than boss around, it feels like he's teasing. Yeah. The moment Emil realizes he is Ratatosk, Tenebrae stops teasing him and starts straight up being a loyal servant. Exactly! And you gotta figure that Ratatosk probably didn't have a lot of time to brief Tenebrae on this plan. I mean, we're talking like minutes at most, where Ratatosk would have had awareness, opportunity, and no witnesses to actually explain enough information to Tenebrae for him to carry out this mission. So a good portion of this just has to be Tenebrae basically, you know, just improving on the spot. A Philosopher's Stone. Oh, that's nice. I don't think Ratatosk didn't brief Tenebrae on anything. This has always been Tenebrae's 3D chess plan. I do not think Tenebrae is dumb. I think Tenebrae is fairly intelligent. But I also really think that Tenebrae is only playing 2D chess here. Like, yeah, he's smart, but there are no 5D chess plans going on here. Everybody just happened to wind up in a set of very bizarre and unfavorable circumstances. I think Ratatosk is trying to play 4D chess, but doesn't realize that he can only play 2D chess. And poor Emil. Emil can't play 2D chess, but with his scheme at the end, he's trying to put on a 3D chess, and it's not going well. None of them have a good sense of, like, actual plot mechanics. Things like depth of recursion. That's the only fancy word related to that I know. They are all trying their best. I think that's what it comes down to. And then there's Marta, who just wears her sleeve on her shoulder the whole time, on her sleeve the whole time, and she's just a lot more direct, you know? No secret schemes, no, like, I mean, Marta's most deeply guarded secret throughout all of this is, one, I was in the Vanguard, which she mostly just doesn't talk about much as a matter of convenience. And two, oh, my dad is leading the Vanguard, which seems less like an issue of shame and more just it's very awkward to bring it up and she doesn't feel like it. Marta's only scheme in this entire game is, how do I have an extremely serious relationship with Emil? And frankly, she's not good at hiding the fact that that is her scheme. I really think that Tenebrae was playing a Baltman's Gambit. He will seek to restore Ratatosk, absolutely, but he is nudging Emil to embrace his goodwill nature more and more. Maybe it'll work, maybe not. I actually, I would actually agree with that. I do think Tenebrae makes no attempt to dissuade Emil from compassion or empathy. And Tenebrae does take multiple steps to try and nudge Emil into, if not how to feel about situations, at the least to have the awareness of them and their consequences. But Tenebrae never really comes out and says, oh, Emil, this happened, so you should feel this way about it. To my memory, I really can't think of a time that he does that. He guides Emil's awareness, but not Emil's thoughts and feelings. If that makes sense. Did I just go through a straightaway without writing it down? Yes, I did. And in that, I think that Tenebrae does the job of, like, a servant and an advisor exceedingly well by helping his sovereign to be aware of all the relevant information, but not to imply the thoughts and feelings that his sovereign should have based on that information. And ultimately is willing to go along with whatever is necessary and will pretty much take his own initiative only if it is necessary to protect his sovereign. Like he did with the bomb in Meltokio. Tenebrae is a very, very good servant. Good and loyal and true and helpful. I really wish that we were able to see more of the other Centurions. The only other Centurion we ever see is Aqua, and she's obviously coming from a very different perspective. Oh, also, this is the corner. Yeah. Tenebrae also does nothing to actually stop or plan against Emil's suicidal atonement strategy. He just hopes that the bond Emil shared with Marta and everyone is strong enough that another path opens. Exactly. But if no other opportunity had presented itself, or if Emil or Ratatosk had specifically told Tenebrae not to interfere, like not to do anything about it, I don't think Tenebrae would have. I think Tenebrae would have just stayed silent and just let whatever happens happen.
I'm sorry, but I have to fight.
And there, I think, is the real... I think that is where the real spitefulness of Tenebrae can come in. I think it is that, at his core, Tenebrae will let bad things happen without intervening. And will find amusement or entertainment from them. But does not actually have any real intent or desire to be malicious. Alright, this brings us to the 5th floor of Gladsheim. Make our starting point on the map. Humorous bad things, not malicious bad things. I've often wondered, what would Tenebrae have done if Marta had been killed? Like, if anyone had actually managed to kill Marta, and frankly, I don't even know if removing the fake core from Marta's forehead would have killed her. Like, they say it'll kill her. I genuinely don't know if it would, because it is not a true core. I really wonder if someone had managed to kill Marta, or to get that core off of her and realize it was a fake. What would Tenebrae have done then? I think there's an interesting possibility for an alternate way the whole story could have played out. Okay. Short break to finish off my broccoli and rehydrate before we tackle the 5th floor. Oh boy. I have to clear this floor to be halfway through Gladsheim. It's been 2 hours of streaming. When I said this will probably take 4 hours, it was not hyperbole, it was an accurate, realistic estimation. But I am moving through the floors much more quickly now. I think it was around 20 minutes for the 4th floor. One more sprig of broccoli. If such a worst case happens, Tenebrae would have no choice but to come clean to Emil. That's why this is Batman's Gambit, even though that might not be an accurate trope to compare it to. I think it is the height of dramatic irony that Ratatosk just happened to implant a fake core onto an obsessive yandere. Like any other person, anyone else who did not become fixated on this boy that they saw would have been a better distraction. But it just so happened to be Emil. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, Emil first finds Marta when he's following Tenebray's howl. So it's actually possible that Tenebrae always intended to reconnect with Emil. Otherwise, why would he have been calling out? I never really went down that line of thought before. Huh. I think Ratatosk was on survival mode, which might be why Emil was such a meek child, where he cowers for everything. Yeah. Ratatosk formulated a shell personality which was going to have the lowest possibility of getting itself into dangerous situations. Alright. Let the exploration commence. 5th floor. Let's try to rush through the floor as quick as we can. We are starting... excuse me, at 10:36. I want to track how long it actually takes me to clear a floor. Okay, we have a true crossroad. Excuse me, sir. True crossroad leading to T-junction. Let's start prioritizing working our way southeast. That is southeast to a T-junction. T-junction into a corner. And that is one of the corners.
Don't get too confident.
Okay, the first corner of the floor has been found. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Put a mark there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Put a mark here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Put a mark here. And we're good. Screw the treasure chests. There's nothing in the treasure chests that's going to significantly improve my ability to get through Gladsheim at this point. About the best I could hope for would be to get the message book to teach power attack increase 2 to one of my bears. And at this point, I don't think that matters. We've got attack values of 9,000 and 9,500. There's not much more you can do there. The only Centurion that might have spoken apart from Tenebrae and Aqua was Ventus, because Ignis's core can be stolen by Lloyd, so the Centurion who speaks to Emil and goes to him is Ventus. Ah. I wish we got to see the other Centurions. Like, even if we didn't get a sense of their personality, I think it feels a little empty. To never get to see their designs, you know? Like, in a game where a lot of the fun and a lot of the interest is in seeing the different, creature designs, it really does feel unfortunate that we never get to see the other Centurions. Although it is possible that Ventus may resemble the Wind Master boss, since Tenebrae recognizes it as Ventus. Or at least recognizes the power exuding from it as Ventus. Then again, probably all the Centurions are shapeshifters. We know for a fact Tenebrae is a shapeshifter. They're probably all shapeshifters. So the entire concept of their form is pretty nebulous. This would also work why, like, the primary way that Tenebrae always recognizes core influence is from the sense of them, rather than from any kind of physical identifier. It would make sense that a group of shapeshifters would primarily identify themselves through some kind of non-physical form of recognition. But if they are all shapeshifters, you definitely could have done something with that narratively. Like, after we find that Tenebrae, for instance, is a shapeshifter. This doesn't seem right. I'm definitely not far enough over to be in the corner. But I also think the corner sections are completely isolated. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. There's one possible branch off. Yeah, that's weird. Okay.
They were nothing.
The only other possible way to reach the corner of this floor is going to be back through the true crossroads that we located earlier. So first we're going to have to backtrack all the way to the starting room. The only ones that Tenebrae seems to integrate the actual translation ability is either himself or Solum. That's true. He specifically indicates that Solum's the key ability is to deceive his enemies. That's an interesting idea, though, that only some of the Centurions are shapeshifters. And for the ones that are shapeshifters to be darkness and earth element. Darkness, yeah, I can see that making some sense. But earth? Earth being like a shape-shifting and deception element. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, that is kind of a weird narrative choice. Like, you basically could have used any core there. Like, you definitely could shuffle it around. I mean, you have pre-existing assets for basically everything.
Let's do this.
I wonder why narratively they chose to go with Solum's core for that position. If I was to rewrite the story, if I was to rewrite the story and change things a little bit, maybe to have a more consistent narrative theming to it. I would keep Tenebrae in his position, having the Centurion of Darkness with Emil is absolutely perfect. I would have the Centurion of Light take Aqua's role instead. So, you know, maybe we, like, start the story in like, a different location. Wait, what the... Hold on. What?
Let's do this!
Okay. Something in my maps is not lining up here. This should not be a dead end. If my maps are accurate, this can't be a dead end. What am I missing? But anyway, if I were to rewrite it, yeah, I would have the Centurion of Light replace Aqua's role. So, I mean, maybe you could rewrite it a bit, just to, like, shuffle it around. Maybe there wasn't a Centurion core in the first dungeon. That can be, like, something that's revealed later, like, Lloyd admits there wasn't a core there, or it was already missing. Like, he says that. Okay, this is... the T-junction. Where the hell am I? But then Solemn's role, I would have replaced with Aqua, since it would thematically work for a Centurion of Water to have, like, an inconsistent, variable form. That, I think, would work better with how Dex utilizes it. And then, honestly, I think you could keep the rest in place. But yes, it also reinforces the light versus darkness theme. Okay, here's the problem. This was the true crossroads. So at the true crossroads, I go up. And then this leads to... there we go, the T-junction. And it would also make it more... it would really make it seem like the Centurion of Light had, you know, like, fallen. I do not understand. Okay. Somewhere on my map, I didn't write down a room. And I have no idea where. Because I should, judging by my map, I should be in an already explored corner. So, I messed up somewhere. I think Ventus was a playboy, personally. You think Ventus is just hanging out with Sylph all day? I truly... This sucks. This sucks that I have lost the plot on my map. This is why you have to be really, really careful when you're mapping out your path in this game. But nevertheless, I am still heading to the corner. I think the next room is going to be the corner of the map. What the hell? Is this the dead end I found earlier? Okay, I think I duplicated a part of the map. This has to be where I fought the Fenrir. Because I've got two sections of the map with identical markings. So this will be the straight, which will lead to a corner. And this will be a corner that leads southeast, which will lead to a straight room, which will lead to a T-junction. And then on the other end of the T-junction is going to be the starting room of the dungeon. Remember, Windmaster's apparently a berserk Ventus. And he wanted virgin sacrifices. He likes the ladies, clearly. It is weird that that thing was just kind of asking randomly for, you know, human sacrifices. Okay, so this should be the starting room of the dungeon. This should lead to a T-junction, which it does. Okay. So that wasn't the correct area. Okay, alright. I see where my mistake was. This was not the starting room of the dungeon. This was what I thought was the starting room of the dungeon, but I was incorrect. This is, yes, a northwest branch T-junction. This room is the starting path of the dungeon. Okay. So what I haven't actually explored is this direction. Alright, I branched off of the crossroads when I thought I was branching off of the start. That's how I got turned around. Okay. Now I've got my map fixed. Well, not fixed, but now I know how to correct it. Oh, whoops.
I'm sorry, but I have to fight.
Hello, gentlemen. So, I'm definitely not going to be breaking the speed records on this floor. That's for damn sure. You have to make sure that you know where you are in Gladsheim. Because if you lose track, it will not go well. You know what? My impulses are telling me
This'll be easy.
You're right.
to get this one. Get him a meal. Nope. Nope. Marta. Marta, wake your ass up. Oh, dear God. Okay. Okay. We're alright. Okay, not auto. We want semi-auto.
I can't lose.
Crap. Alright. Yes. Get away. Life bottle and meal.
Thank you.
Alright, that's 2 people active. Life bottle bear. Okay, that's good. Life bottle bear. Go. I very nearly lost. I almost lost. If Marta had gone down, if at any time I have no human characters active, it is a game over. It does not matter if the bears are still alive. Oh, that was bad. Oh, God, screw my instincts. My instincts told me I should do that fight, and there was probably, like, good treasure on this floor. God. God. Instincts like that are why I'm a felon. That's what led this. And it's a miracle gel. I don't even get another one. I'm already maxed out. Oh, that sucked. Oh, that sucked so hard. Okay. This is the northwest corner. Oh. Oh, that was scary as hell. This may actually take too long to reasonably be finished today. This is, okay, a southeast. A southeast T-junction. That's weird. We'll see how long the stream's been going when I get to the save point on the 6th floor. I may clear the 6th floor and then save on the 6th floor. I might do that. And then that way, the next time I stream, I would just have to do floors 7, 8, 9, and 10. So that would be 4 floors today, or 6 floors today. Here's the next corner. We have not seen a corner in a while.
Don't get too confident.
Okay, so I'm going to have to go back into the broken part of the map.
You're so amazing.
You're making me blush.
I love the way you said that.
No, we're okay. We're okay. This is... Yeah, that's still 3 corners down. That's still 3 corners. Alright, we're okay. We're okay. The problem is that if I go to the 7th floor, I'm in it. Like, there is no stopping once I hit floor 7. Alright, backtrack to the start. On the other hand, doing all of Gladsheim in a single sitting would be a hell of an achievement. But at that point, I really am realistically looking at probably a stream lasting closer to 5 to 6 hours. Based on the current rate of progress. Is there anything else I need to do today? Because I do want to be done with this game. I love this game. I've been having a great time with it, but I do want to be done with the series. Like, I've already invested such a substantial amount of time and effort into Tales of Symphonia and now this. And I do want to move on to Metroid Prime 3, which is what I plan to do on Saturdays once this is over. I am absolutely going to feel the fatigue. By the way, this is a corner room. I'm absolutely going to feel the fatigue when I'm done. I am now halfway through the dungeon in 2.5 hours. So, realistically, it's probably going to take 2 more hours to clear the rest of it. You know what? I think I am. I think I am actually going to go for all of it. I like to think about each Centurion's personality. Like how I'd actually imagine Ignis is actually cool-headed in personality, while Glaucius is the aggressive hothead that wants to fight. I like that headcanon. That's a good one. Alright. Buckle in. We're doing the whole thing in one sitting. However, just in case anything happens or anything comes up, after I clear this floor, I will backtrack here to the start and save again. So that if anything happens to me, at least I will only have to do floors 7 through 10. I also need to remember to adjust my skills before I go down to past the 10th floor. Okay, this is T-Junction. Let's lock in real damn hard. Okay, so the other exit of the room is going to be over here. And other exit of the room is going to be southwest. The consistent monsters make it easier. And that's a straight. And that's a straight. If this next area isn't the limit of how far the dungeon goes in this direction, I'm probably going to have to start over on a fresh sheet of paper. That's one of the annoying things with mapping Gladsheim, is you don't actually know where the entrance is, so you don't know where to start. You don't know where to put your starting mark. But this is the corner.
This will be easy. Don't get too confident.
Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I've got the corners marked on my map. Now I just have to reach them. I am going to save the southeast corner for last. Because that is going to be the one closest to the start point, which is going to make backtracking to the save very easy. I really should record some Mass Effect today, too. No. Don't push yourself, Quill. Don't do that to yourself. You know that by the time you're done with Gladsheim, all you're going to want to do is walk to bed, fall down on it face first, and then not move for like 2 hours. You know that's how you're going to feel. Don't commit to anything in your mind. Don't give yourself any other responsibilities. You specifically cleared out a chunk of time today so that you could do this. Don't need to worry about it. I don't have any other obligations. I don't need to go shopping. I don't need to do any laundry. All I have to do is clear Gladsheim. Okay. And this is going to connect back to a T-junction, and we are going to start branching our exploration off that T-junction. Marta, I would really appreciate it if you could heal our bears, please. Thank you. Good work, Marta. If I want to maximize my item finding on the boss of Gladsheim, I am going to have to switch in Heinz. It might be in my best interest to get ready for that eventuality. Okay, that leads... Oh, dear God. Okay, we're actually going to have to backtrack because for some reason I cannot possibly fathom. I did not write down any of the rooms after the T-junction. Gotta focus. Okay. It's a straight... and then a T-junction. And that T-junction probably connects to both places I need to go. Heinz is definitely going to be level 100 by the time I get to the final boss. So I've got that going for me. Okay, an unhelpful corner. Oh, no, okay. Maybe it's going around. Yes, because this one's going to connect northwest. Excellent. And that goes to a T-junction. I still need to go more northwest. But I need to go more north than west. Okay, this exits to the southwest. Good. This is another T-junction. So the southwest exit from this T-junction is going to be as far west as we can go. So we just take the T-junction there. Oh my god, it's a corner. I was hoping for a straightaway, because if it was a straight, it would lead right into the corner. Instead, it's a corner into a straight. Alright. I fully admit I didn't see that one coming. A very windy path to this corner. Perfect. Okay, T-junction. Good. And this has to be a straight leading into a dead end, and that dead end is going to be the corner of the floor. Perfect. Alright, let's do it. Ooh. Big scary guy.
You're right.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you all doing today? Perfect. My instincts say to grab the treasure chest on this one. Blue verbena. Okay. Increases art attack by 2. That can go on Heinz. Chamomile. More defense is always good. Lavender to increase special attack. That's good. Dex. Increase max HP. We're actually going to give that to Heinz. Savory. Increase max TP. We're actually going to give that to Marta. Alright. Now we have to head several screens away and reach the next corner. After I save, I'm going to clear this floor and then I'm going to save. After I save, I am going to take like a 5-minute break before we go down to floor 7. We actually got really, really close to our destination here. Ooh. But that connects southwest, which is not the direction I want to go. And this connects southeast. Never mind. Oh, it's a loop. It's a closed loop. Okay. That connects back to the first T-junction. Or the third T-junction. Alright. We'll try branching off from here then. Excuse me, sir. Ooh, boy. Okay. So we're gonna have to go through a series of rooms to get back to a T-junction and branch off of it. Alright, so this is a T-junction. We head northeast. And then that'll lead to another T-junction where we go northeast, and that'll lead to... Imagine if every Centurion had Reditos's plan. They each had their own reservations about it. Like, not even Tethe'alla was on board with the genocide. They just split on loyalty, really. They probably are. I don't know exactly how much awareness the Centurions actually have. Like, presumptively, once the Centurions are awoken, I would assume that they could choose to manifest at will, the way that Tenebrae does, and have simply elected not to. Unless there's some, like, very significant difference between being awoken and actually, you know, insubstantiating into a physical form. So, it could be that they are not doing it... There's basically two possibilities. Either they are not able to assume a physical form after being awoken, or they are choosing not to take a physical form after being awoken. If they are choosing not to, then that suggests that at best, they are effectively neutral on the entire matter of what's going on. They are neither providing active assistance or resistance to any side. If they are not able to take a physical form, then we really can't be certain how aware they are of what's going on. It's hard to say. We don't really have any clear evidentiary lines for any perspective at that point. They also may just be busy. Like, you know, maybe they're just doing other things. Wait, how the hell did I... How the hell did I get to that? Okay. There was a corner leading to a corner. I start talking, I get distracted, and then I don't write down rooms. And then I panic. I think they give a canon reason why they don't manifest. The reason being that it's too early and they hadn't fully woken up yet. They need more time and monsters gathered. That does make sense. But then I have to wonder, how long had Aqua and Tenebrae been awake? We get dialogue indicating that that Aster and Richter found Aqua. And presumptively, they would not have been able to awaken her? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe they figured out something that let them awaken Aqua, but...
This'll be easy.
You're right.
It's a little unclear. If Aqua was already awake, then when did she awaken and under what circumstances? Because if Ratatosk is the only one who can awaken cores, then presumptively Aqua has been awake and alert consistently for thousands of years. And if that's the case, she's done a remarkably good job of holding together her sanity against the Eons. If Aster and Richter awoke her, then that leads the question of how did they achieve that? And how much time realistically could Aqua have had in order to acclimate herself to a physical form? Because the absolute maximum length of time it could have been is 2 years. Assuming that, Aster and Richter went on their journey after the worlds merged. Which I believe it says explicitly in dialogue. So that means that at the absolute most, 2 years, plus or minus the time that Emil has been in Lewin, which presumptively has been a few months. So, I can't imagine Aqua could have possibly been awake for more than a year before the confrontation with Ratatosk. So, 1 year... I don't know. I feel like Centurion's cores can manifest in a matter of a short while. I would, if I had to hazard a guess, I would say it would be a period of time measured in days or weeks, rather than months or years. But if that's the case, we really should have been able to get at least one other core to, actually manifest and take on a physical form. This is all just a long-about way of saying I wish I could have seen intended designs for the other characters. Okay, we are back at the start. And we only need to reach one more corner. I'd assume that they were woken up by Ratatosk after the Yggdrasil sprouted. Because that's likely when Ratatosk was awoken. So we might have awoken Aqua and Tenebrae at that time. I didn't even think about when Ratatosk woke up. Because presumptively, Ratatosk hasn't just been there idling, twiddling his thumbs for 4,000 years. But then again, he might have been. Unlike the Centurions, Ratatosk is a true summoned spirit. And the summoned spirits do just seem to idly exist without concern for centuries and millennia at a time. Frankly, it really doesn't seem to bother them. Okay. So this is the final corner. And I think... Yeah, it's actually a corner junction. Cool.
This'll be easy.
Don't get too
Alright.
confident.
This is going to open the way down. So I will make a special mark
You're
here.
so amazing.
Making
And
me
that
blush.
mark is going to be a
You said
smiley
that.
face.
Oh, God.
Ratatas did state he had only just awoken when he was bested by Richter. Okay. So Ratatosk is unique among summon spirits. Primeval? The hell is that? A cloak with mysterious powers, it is said to be an incomplete manifestation of Tenebrae, with accelerate and light element. We would give up regenerate 2. But we also really don't want light element for the boss. But accelerate is a really good mechanic. Okay. We're going to backtrack, we're going to save, and then we're going to take our break. I wonder if it'll let me go to the next floor from the start, or if it'll actually make me go back to the corner room. I don't actually know. I'm sure I experimented with it at some point, but I have no memory of the results of that test. Axis, it is an absolute delight to have you around. As you can probably tell, I can get extremely passionate and involved when, we're just gonna leave. When discussing lore
Don't get too confident.
of things. And, God, it's fun to have someone else to bounce ideas off of and to hear their own thoughts. It's an absolute delight. Thank you for being here. Okay, we are saving. And then we are also going to put this in a backup save slot. Okay, and it will just let me go to the next floor from here. That is good to know. Alright. I declare it break time. Let's take... let's meet back at 35 after the hour. We will continue at that time. And I'm just going to shut off my microphone for now. 35 after the hour. Okay, I am back. Just gotta finish getting a couple things started here in Arknights so they can play in the background for a bit. Okay, that's good. I now have a delicious smoked sausage to munch on. We have 4 floors left to finish in the super dungeon of Gladsheim. So far, it's been going very well, with only a couple of major issues. And all of this to reach a super boss on the bottom, which hopefully I will be able to beat. It is not always... It is not always the easiest thing to do. Okay. Let it be done. Alright, sausage, you're gonna have to sit there until I clear this next floor. Let it be done. Okay. T-junction. It helps if I have my pen. This is a straight. This is northeast or northwest. This is T-junction. Do 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 do. Do. Okay. Do. Okay, northwest corner. Leading to a straight. Leading to a straight. And that's probably the corner. Nice.
This will be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Good job, Emil. We're all proud of you for using your friend fusion ability. Because that is definitely the name of it. God. You jerks. Why you do that? You're such a jerk. Good job, Golf Beasts. Jord and Hanias are absolute treasures. I can't even remember which one I caught first, Jord or Hanias. Blue Basil. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. Arts Defense 2. Hanias. You can have that. Alright, so let's take a minute and mark the locations of all the corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. The spots are all marked on the map. There is a T-junction that branches off southeast further up here. So we will see if that one leads toward the next corner. I haven't really been prioritizing combat while I've been in here, but just based on what I'm seeing, I'm sure you can imagine how quickly you can gain items and gold and experience if you actually just come into Gladsheim with the intention of fighting. Okay. Not bad. If you tried to fight here, you'd be here for another several hours. Exactly. If you're going into Gladsheim to actually clear it, you're going to be doing as little fighting as possible. Otherwise, you're just going to have a miserable time. I'm guessing straight? Yep, it's a straight. Cool. And another straight. Okay, so this connects directly to the next corner. This time, the spawn point for the floor was actually very, very close to the center. Alright, mushroom time.
This'll be easy.
You're right.
Get him, Marta. Well, that was easy.
That was pretty easy.
See, Emil agrees with me. I think it's really cool that for this game, they actually took the time and the effort to record a completely different set of combat sounds after Ratatos gets locked away. A whole set of, of Emil's model. A whole switch just so that Emil can go green eye in battle. It's a really cool little touch. I just had a thought. Why don't we actually turn on Havoc Strike, Tenebrae, Backstep, Marta, we can put in some more points. Sure. Ability plus. And Stealth 1, just so they're less likely to attack you. Alright. So this leads to the T-junction where we are going to try branching off to the southeast. True Emil is only there for that last chapter, but it's absolutely important. It's funny, but I always try to have all the Centurion skills active, even if they are worthless. Oof, I couldn't do that. I just... The thought of not having all of my other skills active just... It's too much for me to bear. I am too weak a person not to just be able to tap A as much as I want. Alright, this is a straight. So this path absolutely leads to the corner. Oh, wait. I already knocked out that corner. What the hell am I doing here? Yeah, whatever. This is probably as good a way of any to get to the next corner. Okay. Imagine how long it would take if you did a full clear of Gladsheim, but you killed every static monster encounter on every floor. It would take about 4 times longer than it's taken me. Wait. Was that a straight room I just passed through and didn't write down? Yes, it was. Okay, and then that leads to a T-junction. I think the best move to do when fighting a boss is always to have the Centurion kill that has the type advantage on the opponent. Like Twilight Palace here, Tenebrae skill on. Yes. We will definitely need... Okay, this is... Yeah, this is a dead end, but this is not the boss dead end. Or this isn't the corner dead end, I should say. I was gonna say, that's a dead end, but I'm not in the right square. And I was right. Alright, then we'll check out what's up here. Okay. This is going to connect back to the starting room. Oh my god, guys! Help! Emil's in trouble! That was a crit for 27,000 damage. There's a reason to always bring bears. Cool. Alright, Heinz has finally hit level 100. I am so proud of you, Heinz. Fun thing about Heinz, he also has a level cap of 200. Ah, that is good.
Say, Emil, is it just me or does it feel like some really powerful creatures are following behind us?
Well, yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
You know, lately monsters just don't seem to be attacking us much.
I'm guessing the monsters in our party are scaring them off.
Probably.
Stronger than we are.
I love that. I really like that. I like the idea of them getting nervous. Being a little uncomfortable with the fact that our party is filled with creatures that could absolutely murder them. Oh, God. Imagine trying to, like, fight against my bears. Like, imagine if it was just me and Marta versus my golf beasts. There wouldn't be a fight. It would just be death. Immediate death. Okay, interesting. So this way is going to be multiple straights until we reach the corner of the floor. Perfect. My ear is itching. And it's really bothering me. I shouldn't be too surprised, though. The door is open. Just a bit to help cool the room. And I do tend to have allergies. Very annoying. And there we go. Alright, this one I actually want to keep an eye on because there's the possibility of petrification. Alright, you guys doing okay? Getting along? Not having any trouble? Perfect. Emil is now level 90. Imagine if you have the golf beasts against Lloyd at the first chapter dungeon. Oh my god, it's so funny. I actually got that shit on New Game Plus while having the strongest monsters on early levels, so the gap was tremendous. Alright, there is only one more corner to reach on this floor, and it has to be accessible from the starting room via the northwest portal. Everything else has been pretty much locked out. Looks like 7th floor is not going to take too long overall. You know, it's actually kind of a funny canon to imagine. Just imagine that, like, all the New Game Plus monsters actually just hang around Emil anytime he leaves Lewin. That's why everyone there is, like, just scared and angry at him. Like, if there were 2 Super Saiyan bears just hanging around outside my village, or anywhere that this one boy went, yeah, I'd be kind of upset with him too. I'd be like, can you do something about this? Like, they're clearly just wherever you are. They're unbelievably powerful. Meanwhile, if you suspected that Emil could control monsters like that, you would be an idiot to pick a fight with him. You should just keep your distance, and at absolute worst, remain utterly neutral in his affairs. Because otherwise, his Super Saiyan bears are going to kill you. And you probably don't want to be killed by Super Saiyan bears. Very close. The next room will be the penultimate for the floor. Perfect. So this is going to connect to the northwest, and the northwest is where we will find the corner. Boom. And that's the 7th floor. That went by nice and quick. Hello, sir.
This'll be easy.
You're right.
Neil, you do your thing, just on automatic. I'm not too worried about you. And while that is going on, I can prepare the page for the next floor. Only 3 more to go. There we go. And just for the hell of it, let's find the treasure box. It's nice and quick only when you have a map and keep track. Yes. Luckily, after my first blind forays into Gladsheim many years ago, I learned my lesson. And now I know to never attempt Gladsheim without a map. That is the way of the lunatic and the fool. Good job on that clutch heal, Marta. Very impressive. Pineapple gel. I've done such a good job conserving gels. I am tempted to start using them more liberally. And I'm going to beat down that temptation with a stick and refuse to abide by it. Because I know how quickly things can turn bad, and I know what the final boss is like. Okay, this is going to be a true crossroads. Let's just keep going in a straight line as long as we can. And that's a T-junction. And that one connects here. Excuse me, ma'am. And this is another T-junction. You know what would honestly make this entire thing so much easier to keep track of? If the rooms were laid out according to cardinal directions instead of diagonals. I genuinely think that one change would make this entire dungeon significantly easier to keep track of intuitively.
This will be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Alright, get him a meal. This is a tough fight for the corner enemies. Not just like a zombie or a mushroom. Here we've actually got, like, what was that? 2 Elder Dragons and a Keiko Demon? Alright. Let's mark the locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, corners are marked. We started very, very close to the center.
We're gonna win!
Let's see what happens next. Probably the best way to start heading toward the next corner is from the southwest side of the True Crossroad. An incinerator? What on earth is that? A breastplate forged with steel of evil fire that emits high temperature. Resist paralysis, resist ice, power attack increase 1. I think Strange Blue is just better. TP increase 2, Art Defense increase 2. Those are just such ridiculously good effects. Okay, keep focus. You know what you gotta do. Just get through the dungeon. Just win it all. That's what you have to do. Don't get distracted. Okay. New areas. Starting now. This is a northwest connection. This is a T-junction. Why is it so easy to get east and west mixed up, but not north and south? This is something I have never understood. And it's very annoying. Or are there people who get north and south mixed up as much as people tend to mix up east and west? And then there's my mother, who quite literally would not be able to keep track of her orientation to a distant landmark to save her own life. Which is actually deeply concerning, because I genuinely fear that if she was ever, for some reason, lost and didn't have any way to navigate, that she would genuinely be incapable of determining her absolute positioning relative to a distant landmark. Like, if she saw a spire and then, I don't know, went over the horizon, she would not be able to point in the correct direction where that spire was located. It's actually quite fascinating, because sometimes she'll point to locations. Huh.
This will be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Okay. I think I failed to write something down here. Because this should not have been the corner. But I would have had to have missed writing down 2 entire rooms. And I don't know where or how I would have missed writing 2 rooms. Unless there's another long connected after this one? Okay, there's 2 longs in a row. So this must connect to a T-junction. Yeah, I have no idea how I got that turned around. But that's okay.
We won't lose.
No way!
I will just make a note, a little dot, in the corner of each room whose layout is questionable. So I will know at a glance which ones are unreliable. Just in case I ever have to backtrack through them. Okay. That's a T-junction. This is a northeast corner. This is a straight. Wasn't expecting a straight here. To another T-junction. So we want to keep heading northwest. There we go. Now we're starting to work our way back toward the corner. Nice. Okay, this way. And we are now 1 room away from the corner. Unfortunately, this room does not go to the corner. This way has to lead to the corner. So this is going to be a corner to a corner, which will lead to the dead end. Nice. And good. And there we go. Now screw you.
This one looks tough.
Let's be
Think on it
cautious.
some more. All the Centurions must have heard Ratatosk's declaration of genocide. You'll have to explain your thought process on that one to me. I don't think I fully grasp how you have come to that conclusion. Hello, turtle.
This'll be easy.
I'm here to kill you and everyone you know and love. Assuming you love anyone. That's actually a significant chunk of me. Okay. Now, I'm actually gonna have to intercede. Cool. Marta, if you wouldn't mind, please. That one was a little spooky. Ratatosk went Centurions, go get your monsters and restore balance. True, but at the time,
You protect me, Emil.
as far as we know, Tenebrae and Aqua were the only two Centurions awake at that time. It seems like Centurions have absolutely no awareness of any kind while in their core states.
We won't lose.
Get him, Emil. My numbers just keep going up. $9,700 power. 9,200 power. We obtained a treat. Okay, treat's actually really, really, really good, because that's 30% recovery for the entire party. We know the meta reason is that the designers didn't want to make more. Yeah. But maybe an in-game reason is that Ratatosk being immediately put to sleep again shocked many of the Centurions back to sleep. Oh! Oh, you're thinking... Okay, you're thinking that Ratatosk may have been awoken when the worlds merged. And the Centurions may have been awakened as well, and Ratatosk was already busy trying to get them to start unscrewing up all the crap that had gotten screwed up. But then when Ratatosk was defeated, all the Centurions that were not physically present at the time basically succumbed to boss battle victory condition and dropped. It's an interesting concept. I also think that the events of Dawn of the New World and the information that we get here really just further paints how absolutely insane Mythos's plan was. Like, I get that your sister is dead and you want her back, but your plan is actually psychotic. And I mean that not just in the sense of it being, like, horrifically morally bankrupt, but in the sense of it genuinely being just absurd. Okay. Not only did he have to split the worlds apart, but he then also had to restabilize it to balance the mana, because the Centurions weren't going to be able to do their thing, and Ratatosk wasn't going to be able to do his thing. Like, it is crazy how much Mythos had to twist the fundamental forces of reality itself to achieve his goals. And I know that that's the entire point of the Eternal Sword and his Pact of Origin, but I mean, the dude might as well have just declared that, like, gravity works differently. The dude might have just declared, you know, electromagnetism will now work by these equations instead of these. Like, he really, really ripped apart the fundamental laws of the world to such an insane degree. I know Mythos and his kind call themselves angels, but Mythos was truly god-tripping. He was god-tripping so damn hard. Possibly because he legitimately had god-tier powers over reality. Which does kind of make it a bit silly that he ended up losing. I can only assume that at some point Origin chose to cut off Ratatosk's power. Okay, so according to my map, this should have been a corner. I don't know how I screwed this up. I can only assume that at some point, Origin completely cut off Mythos' ability to further manipulate reality with the Eternal Sword. Or, at the very least, severely curtailed it. Because otherwise, it really does not seem even conceivable that Mythos would have lost. But then again, we also don't fully grasp the limitations of Origin stuff. Yeah, and that's the irony, is that ultimately it still doesn't help him get his sister back.
This'll be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Look, I'm just going to put this out there. I don't know if this was ever the intention, and I kind of doubt it was the intention. But I really get the sense that Mythos was, like, genuinely in love with Martel. Like, more than a familial bond. I don't know, I won't go so far as to say that he had a romantic interest, but he definitely possessed, like, a true obsession with Martel that goes far beyond the bounds of healthy familial love. The reason I specify that I don't think it's romantic is not because I think it's icky, but specifically because if Mythos had any kind of romantic interest in his sister, I really don't think he would have been able to work along with Ewan. You know, her fiancé. Okay, we're on the 9th floor. And yet, Mythos seems to genuinely, like, respect and care for Ewan. Even when Ewan betrays him, he doesn't take, like, an easy opportunity to kill him. He declares that keeping him alive would, you know, would be what his sister would want. So, there is definitely, like, a deranged obsession there. But I don't think it quite goes into the area of romantic love. Mythos needs a good therapist. I think Martell was not just Mythos' sister, but basically what a mom would be to me. To Mythos, Martell is his only family. And that does work. That is probably the best interpretation. Because we know that Martell was the older sister. And we can see from the likes of, you know, Rain and Genus that, especially with regards to half-elves, I mean, you can genuinely have vast age differences between siblings. So, yes, I would agree with the assessment that that Martell was more like a mother to Mythos. And that kind of absurd, deranged, blind obsession over a connection to a mother figure is definitely a recurring trope in both Eastern and Western fiction. So that does fit better. The thing about Mythos is that he was portrayed strong, really strong. That he soloed all the summoned spirits, including Rathatos. Mythos apparently knew a weakness of Rathatos. Rathatos also claims he held Bathica against Mythos. I think every summoned spirit holds back against us. They never... I do not think we have ever gone up against a summoned spirit that was fighting to actually... I don't want to say to kill, but I will say we have not fought summoned spirits who are trying to win. We have always gone up against summoned spirits who are trying to fight, which is distinct from trying to win. They give a battle in order to test. That is a manner in which they communicate and interact with the world. But I don't believe any of them, probably not even Ratatosk against Richter, ever utilized the full scope of their power and their potential. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because the true scope of that power is probably horrifyingly broad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I also do not think that most summoned spirits would ever allow the full brunt of their power to ever be wielded by a mortal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I really think it is just the means by which they interact with the world. I think I already screwed up my map here. Hold on. Gonna have to actually be quiet for a bit. I don't think I ever wrote down this T-junction, which means that all the locations I listed for corners would be off by 1. Was there a straight over this way, and then I just got that wrong? Okay, so it was a straight into a T-junction that led to the corner. So we have to erase my current core marks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and draw new ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I think the same as well. Summon spirits literally control the whole of elements. If Undine really wants to win, she could drown you all. Or Gnome could just open a pit and have you fall to the core. Ratatosk shows you can manipulate space and time, but as Tenebrae said, such power has to be used within limits. I think all summoned spirits hold back because it would upset the natural order. That is my interpretation of things as well. And I do think that it is a reasonable interpretation. The summoned spirits would not take an action that would disrupt the world and their element. I do not think they are capable of it any more than a person is capable of detaching their own arm at will. I think it is simply beyond the capacity of what these entities are capable of doing. That gnome is not capable of producing an earthquake so terrible that it would, like, rip the earth in two. That Undine is not capable of, you know, sending a ton of water into the atmosphere so that it leaves the planet and then there's no water. I think those are their actual upper limits. But I also think the bigger the effort, the more focus it takes. And I think it takes a considerable amount of focus for summoned spirits to manifest at all. I assume that when a summoned spirit manifests physically at a location, the total power of that summoned spirit across the entire world is diminished. And that is why they manifest physically and in specific places for specific acts in such a limited capacity. Which would make sense, since they are essentially a consciousness given to an elemental power, rather than physical entities. They simultaneously exist in all places, at all times. At least that's my interpretation of summoned spirits. Ratatosk, however, is a bit different. Ratatosk seems to have an awareness that is limited by however the core of Ratatosk actually functions. Lord and his friends and companions have his back. He would trust more people. That allowed him to rely on others more and trust in them to have his back. First you said, circle back to my point. Mythos was super strong. That means he bore all the responsibility. He didn't have anyone really to rely on. He makes friends, but only Martel supported him emotionally. I think you're completely right about that. I think that had as much to do with Mythos choosing not to open himself up to people, not to let others become as important to him as Martel was. I think that that was a choice of Mythos's. And it was probably a choice that was born out of, you know, the kind of crap that half-elves had to deal with. He had to develop that as, like, a defense mechanism. But that is what Shino refers to, I think. In the dialogue before the final battle, when she points him and says, "That's the weakness in your heart." I don't think Mythos was able to let himself be vulnerable. That was his weakness, and that is why ultimately he failed as a hero. Ratatosk's super grumpy with Mythos didn't open up to him. Mythos was a bad boyfriend. This entire damn game could just be called Tales of Symphonia, Bad Boyfriends and Consequences. Because I swear, half this game is bad boyfriends and the consequences of bad boyfriends. Here's the next corner. That would actually be an awesome name for a visual novel. Bad Boyfriends and Consequences. Oof, it'd probably be kind of dark.
I'm glad they were weak.
We're doing pretty good. Alright, Pale Rider didn't feel like joining us. That's fine. That's 2 of the 4 corners done for the 9th floor of Gladsheim. Things feel like they are moving along at a pretty good clip, which is good. Because later today, I need to make time. While I've been sitting here, an idea for a video I can make has come to me. But in order to make that video, I am going to need at least 1 pack of Pokemon cards. And it feels awkward to just buy 1 pack of Pokemon cards, so I'd probably buy 3. And while I'm at it, pack of the new Tarkir wouldn't hurt either. Well, it would, but not much. So I'm going to have to make a run up to 88th later today, I think. Alright, this is True Crossroads. Mythos only let himself be vulnerable to one person, Martel. So when a human murdered her, he went berserk. Yes. I wonder... I mean, imagine how much Kratos must blame himself for all of that. Kratos was Mythos' mentor. If anyone should have been the one to help Mythos grow stronger, not just physically, but emotionally, it should have been Kratos. And whatever Mythos' choices, and they were bad ones, it's very clear that Kratos also failed in his position as someone who sought to teach and guide Mythos. The weight of that failure probably hurts Kratos as much as any other failure, like the loss of Lloyd's mom.
Don't get too confident.
Yeah, the corner enemies have definitely gotten stronger. as we've gone deeper into this dungeon. I don't think I've ever noted that before, but at first we were fighting, like, zombies, a mushroom, you know, a bird, and now we're straight up dealing with, like, crusaders. Alright, there's just one more corner to reach. Mythos needed a father. Kratos could have been that. I think so. We have a little bit of an idea of the kind of person that Mythos might have been once upon a time. I imagine that the person Mythos presents himself as when you find him in Ozette, and he kind of just decides to hang with the party for a while. I imagine that is close to the person Mythos used to be. But we really don't have any good sense of the kind of person that Kratos would have been 4,000 years ago. Because Kratos never really drops the... probably best to go back to start. Kratos never really gives a hint of, like, hiding a different kind of personality. He compartmentalizes information, but not personality. And yet, I cannot possibly imagine that someone who's been around for 4,000 years, someone who is human, and who has seen all of this, I can't imagine that Kratos now is the person that Kratos used to be. I simply can't envision that. So, who knows? But it's also possible that Kratos was always much like the way he currently is. In which case, it would actually make complete sense why he couldn't be the person that Mythos needed. Because Kratos really just isn't a warm, emotionally connecting person in that case. And never was. That's another distinct possibility. See, this is why we really, really need a Tales game that would be about, like, the adventures of Mythos and his companions. It could be done, I imagine. I've often thought of writing, like, an epic fanfic to talk about that period of time. Because we do have a lot of meaningful information about the sort of things that Mythos did, and we can infer a lot of others. But I would love to know what kind of a backstory the developers would have had in their mind. What did they think Mythos had done? Where he'd been? What he'd been through? Because every storyteller has headcanons that don't make it into final product. All of us do. I do for the things I write. That's one of the things I find so fascinating about video games, is just how many people have to come together in order to enact, like, a grand vision, you know? Also, this is the last corner in the end of the Ninth War.
You're right.
I once had ideas for a story that I never got to really develop. It involved a demon who seeks to have Niflheim return. So he manipulated Richter, who means the one who has the given humanity magic tech. Specifically the mannequin. That is an interesting concept. Alright. We're going down. This is the Gladsheim Abyss. The final floor. After this, it's just the boss. Okay. The new map is ready. Let's take a minute. Let's do it. Before we actually go to the boss, we are going to have to make a couple adjustments. And that is because the boss... Okay, there it is. There it is. All right. Okay. Okay. Serious mode now. So I do want to try to get Marta's weapon. So between the two of you, Jord is the stronger golf beast. So we're gonna put in Heinz. What can I afford to give up here? You're already at 9,000 health. Okay. We're gonna go Item Finder 2. You're running Item Finder 2 and Item Finder 3. Let's go with Resist Fire. Versus Demon isn't going to help. I'm pretty sure this thing is classified as a construct. Alright. As far as spells go, we're going to turn off all of Marta's light magic. This thing is immune to light damage. Revive and Resurrection. Okay. We're going to turn off First Aid. If you're going to be dropping heals, you're going to be dropping big ones. Dispel and Charge, that's fine. We're going to turn back on Auto Item. Emil, you're going back into Semi-Auto. And we are also going to set some other skills, like Fiend Fusion. Marta, we're just going to have you constantly casting heals, I think. I can command you to do that. I wish I could see every effect they had active. Okay. So Primeval needs to come off because it provides light element. So we're going to put on Rainmaker. That... We're going to take off that, and we are going to put on a resistance to all physical ailments. Emil, we're going to take those off as well. Let's see. I think we'll leave Emil as is. Okay, I think that's okay. We're just gonna tell them to completely go out. We're going to tell Heinz to focus on arts. And Heinz is going to stick back here. We're going to separate Emil and Jord to different sides of the field. Okay, make sure everyone is healed. Alright. Dude, can you not... Can't you see I'm busy here? Demon Fang will then be Dark Element and deal more. Yes, I do have Tenebrae on. I made sure to put on Tenebrae. Or at least I'm pretty sure I did. But it is always worthwhile...
What should I do?
Come on, guys. Seriously? You are being real jerks. You know that? Knock it off. Oh my god, these jerks. Okay. Melange gels. Make sure everybody is as ready as we can be. Okay. And double check it. Yes, we are running Tenebrae. And you don't have anything running. Okay. Is it time for the Soul Forge? I think for Emil's sake, it's better to get that attack on there. And yes, let's go for more damage with the Soul Blast. Okay. I'm ready. Let the battle commence. Welcome, child of man. Now let's enjoy this momentary feast. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, meet the album Atrum. It is level 200. It has 389,000 HP. It is Dark Elemental. It absorbs light. It has a chance, but not a guarantee, of dropping Marta's ultimate weapon. This is it. The final super boss. The ultimate challenge of Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World. This is where we find out if I succeed or if I fall. Let it be done. By the way, did I mention in the last 5 minutes how ridiculously powerful my bears are.
Raging thrust! I am not gonna end here!
God, I love my bears! You feel like the album Atrum is a demon from Niflheim. Probably. It actually has a voice, which is interesting.
Before the wind.
Anyway, it's done.
I can still fight as long as I'm with you.
Me too.
Thank you, Emil. I love you.
Oh, oh, did you hear what she said? She said, I love you. Aww. And after all the build-up, all of it, that is the fucking power of the Gulf Beasts that I have carefully managed since the opening hour of this game. That is the power of the bear. Oh my god. I'm going to have to watch back that footage and see what the biggest hit my bear did to him during that fight was. Because he had to have gotten multiple massive crits. Oh my god. What a wonderful fight. And we did, in fact, get the Kismet. Oh. With the disappearance of the monster, the fog and the darkness dissipated. However, much deeper presence is felt from the abyss. Another monster like it may appear. Now let's go back above ground. And another thing that I think makes this one of the great super dungeons. First, Emil got the title of Master of Black and White, and Marta got the title Master of Black and White, is that you can actually do it again on the same save file. You could go back into Gladsheim through the 10 levels and fight another Albumatrum as many times as you want. And the Kismet is such a cool thing that there is in fact an entire voiced skit dedicated to it. Let's enjoy. And yeah, Axis, I did get Marta's weapon first try. Between the various stacks of Item Finder, as far as I know, I was running at 8 times the normal drop rate. I think it's 4x from Item Finder 3, 3x from Item Finder 2. No, it would have been 9 times the normal drop rate, because I had 2 instances of Item Finder 2 in the party.
Kismet, come to Mama.
Could it be?
What?
In the Age of Darkness, the bride of the fell god Nether took up this weapon to quell her husband's rage.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I was never really a big history buff. I'm just thrilled to have found something so rare.
To quell him, she offered up her life to heaven and... Oh, fine. Never mind.
Oh, there could not have been a better end to this. So, the 5% times 9 makes it a 45% chance. Yes. So, 45% drop rate, there was still a better than 50% chance that I would not have gotten it. And yes, Axis is right. That thing has a 5% base drop rate. My dear viewers, ladies and gentlemen, behold the Kismet, a spinner that is blessed by a goddess. Which offers exactly 4 extra points of attack. It also has the abilities Happiness Song 2, Recall, and Light Element. I believe Happiness Song 2 boosts the gold and experience that you can get from fights. So, just for the sake of this, we're gonna go do one fight just so we can show off the Kismet. And we're going to have Jord not be in the fight for this one, because otherwise it's not a fight. Alright, let's go show off Kismet. Yeah, the art attack is where it really shines.
This'll be easy.
You're right.
Behold. Go the other side so we can see it better. Huh. I kind of wanted to use my ultimate there. No, I want to do a Radiant Roar so we can actually get a really, really good look at the thing. That's how this series is going to end, with a Radiant Roar.
This'll be easy.
Don't get too confident.
Ow! There we go. Let's take a look at Kismet.
Healing, bless those that stand before you. Grant me the righteous power to banish evil. Radiant Roar!
It is absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful roses have thorns.
Cutie Marta has a fang.
Be a little more enthusiastic.
I did it. I love how Kismet is the wife of Nether, and Emil's strongest weapon is called Nether Traitor. Emil and Marta's strongest weapons are named after a husband and wife. Yes, they are. And we earned their ultimate titles. Master of Black and White. The ultimate title won by conquering the labyrinth in the abyss. The ultimate title won by conquering the labyrinth in the abyss. These are by far the strongest titles in the game. There are other titles that are really good, like the one I have right now with Destined Partner. And you might be looking at those greens and you think, oh, well, Destined Partner's fine. It increases every stat. But you're missing something. You see up at the top of my stats where it shows HP and TP? Those can turn green too. So as good as Destined Partner is, it is nothing compared to Master of Black and White. And with that, my time with Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World, has finally come to an end. We'll just drop a backup save. At some point, in probably the next 2 months, I will put up an episode. Not a stream, just a regular video on my channel of the Twilight Palace, since I didn't get to show that off over the course of this streaming series. It will be done on yet another New Game Plus, which is going to be started from this save file. A New Game Plus in which I will be earning 10 times the normal experience rate, Starting out with 2 Super Saiyan bears that are nearly a level 120 each. And with titles active, gaining the most stat gains possible. So keep your eyes out for that. That was a wonderful trip. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Access. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping me company throughout Gladsheim. It is a tedious wreck. And I will be posting an image of the hit that did the most damage to that super boss. Because I am really curious if I pulled off an over 30k crit on him or not. Even knowing how strong the bear was, I really did not expect his health to drop that fast. God. I actually did it. It's been a long time that I've wanted to do this. Thank you all so much for watching. There's a link in the description of this stream that connects to my Discord. I try to have daily gameplay videos that come out. Starting next week, I will be playing Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. I'll be going for 100% of all collectibles and scans. So be looking forward to that. I'm going to be running so many checklists to make that work. But I think this is the end. This journey has come to a close. But there are more that yet lie ahead. Thank you all so much for watching. And I will see you all on the next one. It is time to make the noise to summon the end of the stream. Say it with me now.